Hi everyone, I'm Warren Senders and this is Music for Climate Justice. We've got a fascinating grab bag of music from all over the world for you this segment, and we're going to lead off from Medford, Massachusetts. Bruce Bears offering a little snippet of blues piano.
Hi, I'm Bruce Bears coming to you from Medford, Massachusetts. It's definitely time to take action on climate change. Don't be fooled. It's time.
That was Bruce Bears of Medford, Massachusetts, playing a little blues piano for us. We're going to shift location to Mumbai and the home base of the Indian Whistlers Association. As it sounds, it's an association of people in India or of Indian descent all over the world who love to whistle. And here we have over 50 whistlers from all over the world offering their version of the Indian patriotic song Mile Sur Mera Tumhara.
Greetings from Mumbai, India. I am Rigveda Deshpande, founder of Indian Whistlers Association, which has been promoting musical whistling as a performing art since 2004. It gives me great pride as a director producer to present the 6 minutes recreation of an iconic Indian song titled Mile Sur Mera Tumhara that was first released in 1988. It depicts unity in diversity and comprises of lyrics in 14 Indian languages. This musical piece connotes that we are from diverse backgrounds. We unite musically through a universal sur or note and persevere to find a common ground. So here's presenting Mile Sur Mera Tumhara. By 2050, it has been predicted that coastal cities in India, especially Mumbai, are at a high risk of amplified climate change. Rising sea levels, severe coastal flooding, and erosion due to frequent cyclones and unseasonal heavy rains indicate that climate change is not some event of the distant future. It is in the present, it is here happening right now. Unless serious mitigation efforts are taken, the sea will reclaim much of the land that the city has been built upon. Mumbai is not only the financial capital of India, but is also home to some 20 million people and has a vast history, a diverse culture, and is home to one of the world's largest film industries. Therefore, it is imperative that we work to save the city from the calamities of the future. Mumbai is a member of the C40 cities, a global network committed to tackling climate change. The Mumbai Climate Action Plan (MCAP) has also been recently launched to craft measures to counter the effects of climate change in the city. A sustainable future can only materialize through investing in green recovery and committing to a greater climate ambition. India supports and is on track with this call. Hence, we, Indian Whistler Association, are whistling to save the city and to save the planet. Thank you.
That was the Indian Whistlers Association with their fabulous video of over 50 whistlers from all over the world performing the Indian patriotic song Mile Sur Mera Tumhara. Now we'll shift to Australia. where musician Jonathan Diamond, a bassist and composer, spent the pandemic year practicing and learning the Goldberg Variations by Johann Sebastian Bach on electric bass. Here he offers one of the Goldberg Variations overdubbed for two basses. It's a beautiful testament to the enduring power of Bach's music and how it can help us through difficult times.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Diamond, and I'm happy to be participating in this fundraiser for UNESCO and joining forces with the Musicians for Climate Change. There's no music on a dead planet. And if we love humanity and we love the culture that it produces, we need to support movements like this. The piece I'm offering is somewhat of a therapeutic piece written by Johann Sebastian Bach back in 1741 by way of a commission for a Russian ambassador who suffered insomnia. And this was Bach's response. This is the theme and first variation from the Goldberg Variations. I hope that you enjoy.
That was Jonathan Diamond with his two-bass adaptation of one of Bach's Goldberg variations. Now we'll shift back to the United States and to an extraordinary trio. David Harris, Mimi Rabson, and Phil Neighbors make up Triarchy, a self-described power trio with drums, electric violin, and tuba. This is their original piece, Stadium.
Hi, this is David Harris.
And this is Mimi Rabson.
We live in Arlington, Massachusetts, and this is Triarchy playing Stadium. Our society is threatened by climate change on a daily basis. We must band together for the sake of this and all future generations of the world. Help us. Help all of us.
That was Stadium by Triarchy, a power trio of drums, tuba, and electric violin, based out of Arlington, Massachusetts. Now we'll move again to Mumbai and the Bandra Community Project and their India to Africa mashup.
Everyone, my name is Mehul Parmar.
Hello everyone, my name is Yogesh Parmar.
Hello everyone, my name is Deepak Parmar.
And myself, Nikhil Parmar.
We are from Bandra Waste Community Project in Mumbai, India. We like to present our composition Indian to African mashup. We urge the world leader to take immediate action to solve the problem of climate change.
was the Bandra Community Project with India to Africa mashup. Now we have Chiara Negro and Paolo Millet from Italy and a harmonica and hurdy-gurdy duet with a poem in the middle from Paolo Millet.
Buongiorno, siamo Chiara Negro e Paolo Millet da Ivrea, provincia di Torino, Italia. Il nostro messaggio sul clima è una poesia di Paolo che si intitola Paleontologia futura.
Troveranno a strati le nostre ossa, frammiste a plastica, opaca testimonianza d'un passaggio fuggevole, marmo screziato per le splendide dimore, per le arroganti chiese d'una nuova specie.
Speriamo che tutto questo naturalmente non sia veri.
That was Paolo Millet and Chiara Negro playing traditional Italian tunes for hurdy-gurdy with a poem in the middle. This is Warren Senders for M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice, here at Glasgow, COP26, reminding you that all the world's music depends on a stable climate. Lose climate, and we lose all our songs, all our dances, all the rhythms, all the harmonies, all the melodies we love. Think about that as you work towards a genuinely sustainable and meaningful climate treaty this week. Thank you for listening. Hi, I'm Warren Senders with M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice, streaming music and conversation from Glasgow, COP26. You know, one of the best things about this whole project has been getting to find music you never expected in places you never thought you'd look. I began hunting in Australia, and I found the website of Skinny Fish Records, and there I discovered the music of the Lonely Boys. This is a group of Australian Aboriginal musicians in a remote community in Arnhem Land, and when you hear The Hunter, you'll agree they rock like nobody else in the world.
I'm a hunter, I'm a hunter. Me probably bush black baller. I'm a hunter, I'm a hunter. Me probably bush black baller. I'm a hunter, I'm a hunter. Me probably bush black baller. Yeah. Hunter. When I've been kira bali baller. Nama nabi di country na lowan. Where I've been grow up. And I've been gani man hatingia. And I've been walk. Nanga wal maja pili bong. Nugo baru jija. When I've been get down. I've been gani big or stone. And chaki nadar wara. And I've been look big more boring more. Run down everywhere. Nangadar wara. I gotta kill it. When I've been look mama's pia. I've been killing baramade. And I've been killing catfish. And I've been killing in freeze. And I've been killing bread. And Dalmada. 'Cause I'm a hunter. I'm a hunter. I'm a hunter. Me probably bush black fella. I'm a hunter. I'm a hunter. Me probably bush black fella. I'm a hunter. I'm a hunter. Me probably bush black fella. Yeah. Hunter. When I've been cool back na naluwan. And that next day in Gaman, I've been done one now my killer. And kuna we a giver. When I've been get down, I've been looking but me down. So what I be, I gotta kill it. When I've been looking mama and rata, I've been killing you go. And I've been killing Alilige. And I've been killing Garamaspia. Ibidade. And Stingray. I'm a hunter. I'm a hunter. Me probably bush black fella. I'm a hunter. I'm a hunter. Me probably bush black fella. I'm a hunter. I'm a hunter. Me probably bush black fella. Yeah. Hunter. I'm a hunter, I'm a hunter. Me probably bush black fella. I'm a hunter, I'm a hunter. Me probably bush black fella. I'm a hunter, I'm a hunter. Me probably bush black fella. Yeah, hunter.
That was the Lonely Boys and The Hunter. Next up, from Trinidad and Tobago, it's Nikolai Salcedo with his song I Will Not Worry.
Hi, my name is Nikolai Salcedo, and I am an actor, visual artist, and musician, lead man of Gazette. My song is called I Will Not Worry, and really it's a call to action for us all to get up and face the challenges of life head on. One of the biggest challenges I think is facing our world today is that of climate change. And the only way for us to get through it is for us to come together as communities across the globe and put in the work to get over it. I give you I Will Not Worry.
Never go asunder, and I will fight hard never to go under. So don't you look for me on the ground. That won't be me you're seeing there, yeah. worry. I swear, no matter what comes my way, no, I will not. The open field I can see a million challenges coming my way. One by one, they turn to dust and stone. One by one, they pave my way. I don't know about you, my light bar shine. I'm too short to spend it sitting around. Oh, I swear, no matter what comes my way, I swear, no matter what comes my way, no, I will not worry. Face to face with what I fear, what will worry do for me? It's only still the truth I see. Oh yeah, and all the light in this world will be the greatest truth untold. And now we reach the goal. The longest road to walk is the road through life. Everybody falls, yeah. Oh, it doesn't matter how many times you hit the ground, 'cause it's rising up that says whether you're strong at all. I don't know about you, my life must shine. I'm too short, and it's oh, I swear, no matter what comes my way, I will not worry, no. I swear, no matter what comes my way, no, I will not worry. I will not worry. I will not worry.
From Trinidad and Tobago, Nikolai Salcedo, a versatile performer with I Will Not Worry. We'll move to New York City now and hear the Joel Harrison Big Band, Requiem for an Unknown Soldier.
Hi everybody, my name is Joel Harrison. The piece that I wrote for this great initiative is called Requiem for an Unknown Soldier, and it celebrates and honors the many people who needlessly lost their lives in America's endless wars. But global warming is also a war, and it's something that we all need to begin to take seriously as it invisibly takes lives around the world. I'm honored to be part of this initiative, and I do hope that all of us collectively as a species will start to take the threats around us from global warming seriously.
That was the Joel Harrison Big Band, Requiem for an Unknown Soldier. Next up, we'll go to Indonesia, where Paul Merkeen introduces Kemur Jalil and Panas Gumi.
Hi, I'm Paul Merkeen from Our Archipelago, introducing a piece called Panas Gumi Sasak by Kemur Jalil of East Lombok, Indonesia. Playing a lute called gambus with roots in Yemen, Kemur's original piece uses the metaphor of global warming, Panas Gumi, to tackle local issues. A future racked by climate change is on people's minds in Lombok, as changes in seasonal rainfall have already begun to disrupt traditions and livelihoods. Please fight for climate justice to battle against this very real threat to their culture and ways of life.
Kelampan manusia zamanane kalah dengan jogang. Kelampan manusia zamanane kalah dengan jogang. Wadeng ketaun mesebatan menuju lumuri. Wadeng ketaun mesebatan menuju lumuri. Wakanak sekolah zamanane matenya lingkang. Wakanak sekolah zamanane matenya lingkang. Wadeng ketaun bapak guru ditibu guru. Wadeng ketaun bapak guru ditibu guru. Wasa terekeng zamanane cuma pengkere. Wasa terekeng zamanane cuma pengkere. Anu selong-selong anak minan den tau ngaji. No selong-selong anak minan den tau ngaji.
Terima kasih. Sampai jumpa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The Indonesian musician Kemur Jalil with his song Panas Gumi. Now we'll go to another island, this one off the coast of Massachusetts. It's Sally and Ben Taylor singing Message to Leave.
Hi, I'm Sally Taylor.
I'm Ben Taylor.
And we live here on Martha's Vineyard in Massachusetts in the beautiful US of A.
We feel very deeply about climate change because we know and believe that there is no planet B.
Yeah, we believe we're all stakeholders in this land that we call the Earth, and we're very grateful to get to plant our feet on it. So let's keep it around and available to our children's children's children. Here's a song called Message to Leave.
I do to make you believe? Tell me, what can I say? Where can I go? Who can I be? You big baby, what can I do to make you believe? I don't know what I could say, what chords I could play, what message to leave. Send me a message to leave, 'cause I won't be here forever. Send me a message to leave, 'cause I believe I can do better. Send me a message to leave, 'cause I won't be here forever. Send me a message to leave, 'cause I believe I can do better.
I'm Sally Taylor,
I'm Ben Taylor.
and we're coming to you live from Martha's Vineyard Island. Thanks for listening and for supporting climate justice.
God bless America.
Sally and Ben Taylor of Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts, singing Message to Leave. I'm Warren Senders, and this is M4CJ. Thank you for listening.
I'm Vijaya Sundaram, and this is M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice. Thank you for joining us. In this segment, we'll be interviewing one of many musicians who became aware of the climate crisis and decided to completely transform her life in music as a result. Lola Perrin is a self-taught composer and a classically trained pianist who has performed her own compositions in the UK, Europe, and the USA. Many of her compositions are focused on environmental issues, often including witnesses of climate change, as in her work recording web interviews with 24 international activists for her 2015 piece, Now You See It, for piano and an orchestra of words. In her 2016 piece, Piano Suite 9, Significantes for piano, guest speaker, and a conversation with the audience, she turns to us, asking audiences to converse about climate change issues during the performance, inviting climate science experts to join her in concert. She is the founder of ClimateKeys, a global initiative with a no-fly policy in which she and many other solo artists create collaborative concerts with environmental experts, including audience conversation as part of the concert. To date, her work has brought about more than 70 ClimateKeys concerts in 15 countries. Warren Senders will be talking with the UK-based composer-activist Lola Perrin.
I'm Warren Senders, and today we are talking to Lola Perrin, the founder of ClimateKeys. Lola, could you tell us a little bit more about the ClimateKeys initiative, how it came to be, and what you're hoping to do?
So ClimateKeys came from a piano suite, which I wrote in 2016. And the reason I wrote this piano suite was because in 2016, there was almost nowhere to go and talk about climate change, global warming, whatever we were calling it in those days. I was going about my ordinary life. I was aware that the planet was in terrible trouble. I didn't understand the science. I tried very hard. In those days, it was very difficult. The materials were not available to non-scientists in a way that I could absorb. So I just came to the conclusion that I had to transform my own space into an arena for discussion. My own space happened to be the concert venue. So I wrote my 9th piano suite by that time, and in that suite I put a 40-minute silence. So there would be music before and music after this silence. And the silence was going to be filled with a short talk by any expert I could find who would explain what on earth was going on, and followed by a longer audience discussion. So the speaker would transform into a facilitator to enable the audience to form some kind of community, if only for the duration of the concert. So we could genuinely try to work out amongst ourselves what this is, what can we do about it? I noticed that I was getting a lot more bookings. So I thought, okay, I've got a really great concert formula here. Why don't I tell other people? And I have to just quickly credit George Marshall from Climate Outreach, because he worked with me and he helped me evolve the concert formula. So I reached out, I think I wrote to about 800 or 900 musicians around the world, and I got about 100 replies back. Fast forward to now, we have had over 70 concerts in 15 countries by different musicians. They do their own music, or they choose their own concert program, but always the same formula. There's music, there's discussion, and then there's music afterwards. It's very important that the conversation is in the middle because it symbolizes that this big thing needs to be in the center of everything we do, not tacked on as a quick Q&A at the end of a concert, you know. And the other rule I had is a no-fly policy, so that zero carbon footprint, find your speakers locally, find your audience locally, work locally. You know, I had to give it a name, so I came up with the word ClimateKeys. And you know, when we're talking about the great fear of, you know, not avoiding, you know, the fear of not avoiding this terrible breakdown in our planetary systems, it really helps to have music as you engage in this very fearful territory. It helps to bring people into the conversation if you are using music, because it makes you feel together with the other people while you're in the deep listening process.
I want to change track a little bit and ask you to tell me about some of the films that you've sent me. You sent me 5 clips. One of them is labeled Play Piano for the Planet. Tell me a little bit about that.
Okay, so in the very first rebellion, organized by Extinction Rebellion, co-organized by all of us in Extinction Rebellion in April 2019, the very first rebellion, because Extinction Rebellion started 2018, that's when it was kind of, people started joining it at the end. And in, you know, we just got together, a group of artists got together and made all these different projects. And I had this brainstorm idea. I thought, okay, I'll just put a piano in a roadblock, no problem. And, you know, I'll play it. And I thought, hang on a minute, that doesn't sound quite right. And then I thought, well, I don't want it to be like a street piano project where you just walk up to any old street piano and play. You know, I need it to be really different. So in the end, we got a grand piano. And it was hard to do this. We organized it, so we got it over the police lines. We got it in place just behind a roadblock. And I had reached out along with other people who were working with me. And together we got 32 or 34 concert pianists to play in a non-stop 6-hour marathon. So everybody had their allocated time. And I asked everybody to dress up as if they're going to play at Carnegie Hall, because Carnegie Hall is going to be flooded. What is the point of these young people learning to be concert pianists with the dream of playing at Carnegie Hall when it's going to be flooded? New York's a floodplain, you know. So, well, it will be, unfortunately, and every capital city in the world is going to flood. So we're living in some kind of a fantasy. These poor young pianists who are so talented, where are they going to be playing? So it was amazing because they all turned up in their gowns and their tuxedos and did amazing, you know, performances out in the cold. So Play Piano for the Planet was the name. We had pedal power amplification. So we had people volunteering to cycle for, you know, there were 4 bikes in a row. It was all very colorful. So there was no electricity involved. And it got news around the world because it's so visual. You know, and this is the whole point was to get media coverage. Like, why are all these concert pianists doing this in a roadblock? Climate change, right? Puts the words climate change into the media.
Lovely.
So that was that. about the other films?
Yes, these are labeled Significantes Amsterdam, parts 1, 2, 7, 9. Tell me a little bit about those.
So, when I decided to write my 9th piano suite, I reached out to 3 people who I had encountered through science meetings I went to, basically, science and art meetings, and I asked permission to use quotes that I'd got from them. And these 3 sources, they're all science researchers or academics, and I allowed the 3 sources of quotes to drive forward the sense of the composition and to create the music, because I like to work from triggers, I always work from triggers. So I was working from sort of, concepts of or analyses of climate change and about our significance on the planet. So I came to the title Significantes. It's a construct of significance and cantus, because I was bringing people together to talk. The first piece is a quote from Chris Rapley, who basically, if you can imagine, you are billions of light years away from this planet. You are another race, another civilization. You're looking through your telescope and you can hear through the telescope. You might hear this piece that I've written, I hope. It's the sound of the planet moving through, our planet moving through the skies as if maybe no one's left, the crew's gone. Because we have tampered with the air. I mean, who could tamper with the air? With all the systems designed to keep us alive, if we really were a spacecraft.
Yes.
The 7th piece is a quote from Chris Rapley again. We are playing with fire. This is a very dangerous thing to do, to carry on, just to carry on. We are literally playing with, this is in 2016. Of course, Greta Thunberg, our house is on fire. So this piece I wrote is about, it's a very, very strong, very short, fiery piece of music, incredibly fast piece of music. All at the bottom of the piano. My favorite keys are at the bottom of the piano. There aren't enough people writing for those keys, so I try and write for them a lot. And after that piece, in my piano suite, get this, and then the speaker has to stand up and talk right after that piece. So it's designed to give agency to the room, to the discussion. And then the final piece I sent you, that is performed after the audience conversation, after which we've all discussed together how we can act on climate change. The final piece is called Imagine Better, Create, for all of us, because we're just limited by our imagination, as we all know. I'm not saying something we don't know already. So those are the pieces that I've submitted to you.
Lola Perrin, what a great pleasure to talk with you today. I really enjoyed our conversation and I look forward to more.
Massive project. Good luck with it.
Thank you so much. We've been talking with Lola Perrin, the founder and director of ClimateKeys, the musicians advocacy group that brings climate change awareness to classical piano concerts worldwide. Thank you very, very much for sharing your work with us, Lola. For more information, you can go to www.climatekeys.com. I'm Warren Senders for M4CJ. With me today are Franz Schulberg, Stefan Crawford, and Lori Goldman of ClimateMusic, the ClimateMusic Project. They're based in San Francisco, and they're involved in bringing together climate science and activism through music. Welcome.
Thank you, Warren. I thought we'd start by having Stefan describe what inspired him to create this unusual collaboration of scientists and musicians as a way to motivate action on climate, to address climate change.
Well, it's already been 7 years. We can't believe it. Time flies. But back then, it was really a sense of deep frustration that here we are in 2014. And, there's still a lot of confusion around the science of climate change in the general public. I hate to date myself, but I did my very first climate event. I participated in my very first climate event in 1988. And then we knew enough to act. And you fast forward all these years and we're still not much farther along. So I really wanted to do something that would help people to really connect with the issue in a much more personal way, in a way to find a way to personalize the science, take it from something that's abstract and make it something that people can feel and almost touch. And I have a pretty diverse background. I'm a bit of a hybrid, so I have an arts background. I just finished a master's degree in environmental management with a focus on environmental sciences. And I wanted to find a way to merge those worlds of art and science. In 2014, we tried an experimental day. We didn't know if it would work. I created some very, very crude models on GarageBand on my laptop. Showed them back then to Fran. Fran was the first person we showed them. I showed them to. She was intrigued enough to say, "Well, you should develop it further." So we went ahead and we did an experimental day. Today we would call it a hack day. Back then we called it a charrette in the design world. And we just basically invited 2 scientists. We didn't know them, but we reached out to them, and they were intrigued enough to say, "Okay, we'll try this." We invited a composer I had researched. He brought a few musicians. We introduced everyone to everybody. Brought some food, we locked the doors and said, "Okay, it's 9 in the morning. At 5 in the afternoon, a test audience will come and listen to a composition that you perform, that you create during the course of the day in the next 8 hours." And it could have all worked. It could have been horrible. It could have been really just a disaster. But luckily, the people, the scientists and the artists, really on both sides, there was a real desire to work and to find a way to make this work. And they worked like mad all day, and at 5 p.m., 30 people came to the studio, and after a 20-minute performance, there were tears in the audience. And then we knew, okay, we have to take this further. And fast forward, since then, we have actually performed and reached thousands of people around the world in multiple countries. We've partnered with groups like the World Bank and the National Academy of Sciences on performances. And we now are creating new content for very diverse audiences. But let me actually bring Lori and Fran into this conversation. Maybe start by just asking, Lori, why did you get involved in this project?
Spent my whole life kind of studying public policy issues and working in the private sector and academia, in the public sector as well, in public service. And this is the issue of our time. And I just felt like I needed to lend my expertise in all of those sectors to get people involved in this issue and to actually impart to people that no matter where you are in the world, what your role is, that you have a voice and a platform to discuss climate change. I thought the ClimateMusic project was a perfect example because when you talk to an average musician, they might not think they have a role to play on climate change. But when you talk to them about the history of music and social interaction and social movements, you can point out that no, musicians actually do have a role to play.
Yeah, and I have to say that I should clarify that our music actually is music that we refer to as being science guided. I alluded to the fact that we brought scientists to this very first effort. And so we actually create music that is fully rooted in the domain of the arts, but actually reflects specific scientific facts and underlying data sets that the scientists bring in. Fran, let me ask you, were you at all skeptical when you kind of initially thought of this idea? And what was your motivation as well?
I was skeptical about whether or not science could truly be reflected in the music in a way that would reach audiences in an emotional way, which we found it can do. But I've been working in the field of climate activism and environmental activism for decades, and was frustrated by the fact that even though the general public cares about the issue, they don't have a personal sense of how it's going to affect them or how they can impact the outcome. And what intrigued me with this project was it was a way of helping lay audiences understand that they have the ability to make a difference, that what we're missing is the individual will and the political will to take action. One of the things that most intrigued me about this project is the level of scientists that have joined our effort. These are world-renowned scientists in the climate field, and they're doing this because they know that the solutions exist and that we have the technology, we have the wherewithal to make a difference. And what we need to do is to get everybody on board. So this is a way of getting people on board and to motivate them to say, yes, we need to make these changes. And yes, I'm going to vote for those candidates that care about climate policy. And it's been a real pleasure being able to work with these creative scientists and the creative composers and musicians together with a common cause, and seeing them be able to use their different languages to be able to reach a common audience.
And in fact, one of our taglines is, what do we want the future to sound like? That's the question that we ask our audiences. And there's an inherent choice there. And I think our core message really is that action on the climate crisis is urgent, but it's only urgent because we still have the capacity to do something to essentially choose the future we want for all future generations. And I think that a lot of audiences are surprised by the urgency. A lot of people we find have been thinking, well, this is something that, in 20 years, we'll have better technology and our kids will be able to deal with this much better at a lower cost. And I think one of the really core messages in almost all of our work is that that's just not an option. We have to do this is for today, not for tomorrow.
And Stefan, maybe you could describe some of the actual music that we do and what the objectives are for the different pieces.
We always start with the scientists setting the context and talking a little bit about why we're doing this and what the audience is going to experience and how the music is related to the science. Then we have the performance, and then we have an audience engagement segment in which the audience has the opportunity to really ask questions and to engage in conversation with not only the scientist, but the composer, the artist, and other audience members. And what we found is that part of the performance is always really, there's a lot of emotional energy in the room. And one time after I think it was our second performance, a woman stood up, she raised her hand and then she stood up and she said, I was listening to this music and I was watching the years tick by. All of our music is also synced to visuals. And so there's a visual element as well as the music. The visual element supports the music. It doesn't compete with it. She said, I was sitting here listening to the music, watching the years tick by, and I was thinking to myself, well, this is how the music sounded when I was born. And then this is how it could sound when my granddaughter might be born. And she said that for the first time, an issue that had been very abstract for her was dropped into the arc of her family's own history. And all of a sudden, it was no longer abstract. Right now, we have 3 performance compositions that we've developed over the last 6 years. So our first excerpt will be from our very first piece, which is called Climate by composer Eric Ian Walker. It explores the physical science of the climate crisis, looking at a number of variables over 450 years, from the year 1800 to 2250. In the future, they are carbon emissions, near-Earth atmospheric temperature, ocean pH, and the Earth's energy balance. Over to you, Warren.
Here we go.
The second excerpt is from a piece called Icarus in Flight by composer Richard Festinger. It explores the human drivers of the climate crisis, looking at population dynamics, looking at fossil fuel emissions, and also land use change, or how humans are transforming the natural landscape over 2 centuries from 1880 to 2080 in the future.
Let's give it a listen.
I also wanted to go back to what Stefan said as one of our taglines is, what do you want the future to sound like? So far in our pieces, what we've done is given the audience an understanding of what the future would sound like if we just keep continuing in business as usual, emitting in the same amounts we are now or more, versus what the future would sound like or be like if we were able to cut emissions in accordance with the agreements at the Paris Accords. So the audience can get, again, a visceral understanding, a hearing of, either life is going to be chaotic or life can be pretty much what we know now, although it will be changed no matter what we do.
This final excerpt is from a piece called What If We? It's a piece by composer Wendy Loomis in collaboration with Royal Kent. It explores sea level rise in the context of climate change over the course of this century from 2000 to 2100.
Eagle leaves fire in her wake. Tiger's life is at stake. Eagle descends with a crushing blow. Tiger defends, as you know, in a mighty leap. Eagle is not slow. Tiger doesn't sleep. And over there in the distance are the mountain peaks, whose fingertips touch the water's feet, whose breath is our sky. So that in challenging times our true colors appear, just as sure as the dust, the sand, and the rain. And with this approaching storm, known by its name, as the clouds, the sun, the waves, and the wind take aim. 'Cause now that the science and the tally has been taken, what has been revealed to us all, we call climate change. Whose face is written in the sky, whose ram dwells atop the mountain peak, whose fish reside below blue deep, whose bull's strong and sleek, whose twins, one's awake, one's asleep.
And so those are the three pieces that we're currently performing. We have a number in development. Our vision really is to work with creative composers and artists wherever they are to create this music in their own musical vernacular for their own communities. We want to basically enable artists wherever they are to create this music for their own audiences in their own communities. Maybe Lori, you could talk a little bit about the public engagement piece of it.
Sure. After each performance, we do invite discussions around the issue. We also have what we call action partners. These are organizations, because we are not experts in solutions, so we'd like to leave that to the experts, but we want to actively partner with those organizations who are actually making a difference, who are having an impact on their communities and getting people involved and engaged. So we partner with the Global Footprint Network, which is an organization that educates people about their own carbon footprint and educates people about how much resources we use compared to how much we actually have on a planetary basis. We work with Interfaith Power and Light, which is a faith-based organization of thousands of congregations around the United States that actually work around issues of renewable energy and ways that congregations can actually enhance their impact on the environment. Cool Effect is another organization that works on mitigation projects. The San Francisco Department of the Environment, and another one is Revolve, which is a solar energy project for community-based solar. You know, we use music as a tool. I mean, music is great, it builds community and all of that. For us, it's a tool to kind of inspire people and to get them to want to take action. And
yeah, and this seems a good time to point out that our mission is not simply to entertain or to educate, but really to inspire action. We are very concerned about the immediacy, the urgency of this issue. And so we're trying to get our audiences to take action in addition to learning about how important and existential this issue is. On November 12th, we're going to have our first post-pandemic live performance, but this is a unique event for us because it's a bicontinental event with live audiences here in San Francisco, as well as in Vienna, Austria, where we're partnering with this amazing young violinist named Yuri Revich, who not only is one of the most sought after musicians, but also a strong activist in the climate field. And so we're going to have a blended concert with performances in a variety of genres and then a call to action. And for the first time, we're also going to stream it to audiences globally at the same time as having the live audiences. And we're also going to have an opportunity for the audiences, both live and streaming, to engage in action activities. So this is going to take place on November 12th, starting at 11 a.m. in San Francisco, 8 p.m. in Europe.
And I should mention that, of course, is the final day of COP26, the UN Climate Summit. So it's an opportunity also to amplify the urgent messages coming out of those discussions.
It's been a tremendous pleasure getting a chance to talk to all of you. Fran Schulberg, Stephen Crawford, and Lori Goldman from ClimateMusic, climatemusic.org, the Climate Music Project. Thank you so much for being with us. And it's really been a pleasure.
Thank you.
നാം ഓരോരുത്തരും പ്രയത്നിച്ചാൽ നമ്മുടെ ഭൂമിയെ രക്ഷിക്കാം. നമ്മൾ ജീവിക്കുന്ന ഭൂമിയെ നാശത്തിലേക്ക് തള്ളിവിടുന്ന പ്രവൃത്തികളിൽ നിന്നും പരമാവധി വിട്ടുനിൽക്കാൻ എല്ലാവരും ശ്രമിക്കണം. പ്രകൃതിയുടെ ഒരു ചെറിയ വികൃതി പോലും അതിജീവിക്കാൻ കഴിയാത്തവരാണ് മനുഷ്യർ എന്നോർക്കണം. നശിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഹരിതഭംഗി അല്പമെങ്കിലും വീണ്ടെടുക്കാൻ വനനശീകരണം ഇല്ലാതാക്കി വനവൽക്കരണത്തിന് അതീവ പ്രാധാന്യം നൽകാൻ എല്ലാവരും കൈകോർക്കണം. സംരക്ഷിക്കൂ നിങ്ങളീ ഭൂമിയെ, സംരക്ഷിക്കൂ നിങ്ങളീ ഭൂമിയെ, എന്നും 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 എന്നും. പരിപാലിക്കാം നമുക്ക് ഈ പ്രകൃതിയെ എന്നും.
Chineke idema o idema, idema idema o idema, idema Chineke idema o idema, idema idema o idema, idema Chineke idema o idema, idema idema o idema, idema. Hi, my name is Beatrice. I'm here residing in Brooklyn, New York. Climate change is a very serious danger to all of us, and it's really time for all of us to gather and take action. Chineke idema idema, idema idema idema, idema Chineke idema idema, idema idema idema, idema.
Shadil from Cambridge, Massachusetts, and my song is dedicated to the age I hope my great nieces and my great nephew get to be, at least, which is my age, 64. As long as we can keep the planet, the people on the planet, from destroying the planet is doing fine. We need to stop adding toxins and bad activities to it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Warren Senders, and this is M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice. In this segment, we'll hear a variety of remarkable experiments in data sonification, some warnings, and some striking original music. We'll begin with Garrett Snedeker of Kansas City, Missouri, and a piece called Cut Time, and I'm going to let him tell you about it.
Hello, my name is Garrett Snedeker, and I'm a pianist and teacher living in Kansas City, Missouri. This piece is called Cut Time, which I wrote during my master's degree at Trinity Lovin Conservatoire in London, England. In the piece, I used 1,000 years of climate change data and recorded each data point as a frequency, making an aural graph of sorts. I then shrunk the 1,000 years into 7 minutes of sound and overlaid pieces of music and sounds of significant mechanical inventions. Usually the words cut time refer to a type of meter in music, but for this piece, the title refers to me cutting up time into 7 minutes, and that our time is limited in what we do now to make a sustainable future.
Cut Time by Garrett Snedeker of Kansas City, Missouri. We'll now move to Las Cruces, New Mexico, where G. Randy Brown offers us a short but prescient warning submitted to the Climate Message Project in 2014. G. Randy Brown from Las Cruces, New Mexico, with a short video submitted to the Climate Message Project in 2014. Next up, Heather Dia Jennings, an American musician who's lived in Brazil for many decades, with her Canto aos Ventos, a composition for 3 voices.
Hello, my name is Heather Dia Jennings. I live in Natal, Brazil. The name of this piece is Canto aos Ventos. Alô, meu nome é Heather Dia Jennings, eu moro em Natal, Brasil. O nome dessa peça é Canto aos Ventos.
Canto aos ventos. Os ventos que às vezes levam para longe o que amamos são os mesmos que trazem algo mais para ser amado. Nós não podemos chorar pelo que nos foi tirado. Nós não iremos. Nós não iremos. Nós amaremos o que nos foi dado, pois tudo que é realmente nosso não irá embora. Rafael Wisman Monteiro.
Os ventos, os ventos, os ventos. Que às
Realmente, nós
não irá embora.
não irá embora.
Our society is threatened in many ways, including increased risk of extreme weather events such as flooding, fires, hurricanes, and droughts. This will cause death and displacement of peoples in every region of the world. No one will be spared. Please help the struggle for climate justice around the world. Thank you. Nossa sociedade é ameaçada em várias maneiras, incluindo um aumento de risco de eventos climáticos extremos, como enchentes, fogos, furacões e secas. Isso vai causar morte e deslocamento de povos em cada região do mundo. Ninguém será poupado. Por favor, contribui ajudando a luta para a justiça climática ao redor do mundo todo. Obrigada.
Canto aos Ventos by Heather Dia Jennings, an American now living in Brazil. The next piece we'll hear is by Daniel Greenwich and Cornelia Nemkova, but I'm going to let them give you the title.
Hi, we're Cornelia and Daniel, and this is our piece Abyssal 15702340003, inspired by the network of underwater communication cables that have been essential to internet connectivity worldwide for decades. Its focus is on the importance of the oceans in ways we don't even think about.
Still.
Snakes.
Sleeping ocean. Who did it?
Who put them down there? When?
What was it like?
What are they saying?
Are
they
listening?
It's not where you are.
It's what you have access to.
Is it?
Is that right? How does it work?
How do they work?
How could it? How could they?
You are using it.
It is speaking to them.
Is it?
It is listening to them.
You are using them. You are using them. You are using them.
Are you?
Oceans provide for us, connect us, and inspire us. And yet, not sparing a thought, we take more and more from them every day. Oceans are dying. It's time we gave back. Do we need that extra back? That extra speed? Do we?
Abyssal 15702340003 by Daniel Greenwich and Cornelia Nemkova. I'm Warren Senders, and this is M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice. Thank you for listening.
Hi, I'm Vijaya Sundaram, and this is M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice. In this segment, we'll meet some remarkable visionaries, starting with the great free jazz bassist William Parker, who turns himself into a bass quartet on Catching the Earth.
The earth is dying. It's falling. We pushed it. Music has wings. We must catch ourselves. It's not too late. If we fly now, if we begin to fly now, we can catch ourselves. We can catch the planet.
Catching the Earth by bassist and composer William Parker of New York City. Now we'll hear from poet Priya Sarukai Chabria, who reads her poem Invocation, Spirit of Water, accompanied by Vijay Venkatesh on flute.
Invocation, Spirit of Water. Make me dew that touches all without distinction. Like snowflakes, let my perfect structures yield to the melt of being. As an underground river flowing during drought, make me draw from secret sources. Sweet and salt, estuarine, let differences mingle in my blood. And tidal courage, I call upon you to return after the ebb. Spirit of water, give me hope. Print on me oceans covered with sky. When fiery fissures open, remind me of life. Fill my marrow with glacial ice that cuts rock to nourish springs. Add one more wish to this. Make me a mountain lake, calm and deep, that reflects light. Make me a mountain lake, calm and deep, that reflects light.
Poet Priya Sarukai Chabria with Invocation, Spirit of Water. Now we'll see and hear a threefold collaboration between the Canadian pianist Cheryl Duval, composer Anna Hostman, and the artwork of Ella Morton in their video of Hostman's Late Winter for piano left hand.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Duval, and I'm a pianist and performer residing in Toronto, Canada, the traditional territories of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. The piece that you will experience today is called Late Winter, and it's a music video collaboration between the three of us.
My name is Anna Hostman. I am a composer. I live on the west coast of Canada, and I acknowledge that I work as a settler and visitor to these lands, which are the traditional territory of the Wasanich, Lekwungen, and Wyomouth peoples of the Coast Salish Nation. I've written a piece for piano for left hand, which Cheryl performs on this collaboration.
And my name is Ella Morton. I also live in Toronto, and I'm the artistic director of the music video for Late Winter. The video is filmed on Super 8mm using experimental analog manipulation techniques. So the manipulation is meant to showcase the sublime and the magical qualities of the landscape, and really to find a deep thread of passion and care about the land that's within all of us, so as to really show the depth of what we're losing as climate change continues to unfold.
Thank you very much, and we hope that this video resonates with you today.
Late Winter for piano left hand, composed by Anna Hostman and played by Cheryl Duval, with visuals by Ella Morton. Now we'll hear After School or A Whale Named Trinity by the Mumbai-based poet Barnali Ray Shukla.
Hi, my name is Barnali and I'm at home in Bombay, and I'll be reading my poem from Open Your Eyes, which is this anthology on climate change. A little about this poem, which is titled After School or A Whale Named Trinity. So I'd like to share this note that in December 2004, when the Boxing Day tsunami came, there was this professor of anatomy at Kasturba Medical College in Karnataka. He made a connection with whale stranding and an impending tumult which happened. About 120 whales stranded and died in Australia at the end of November, and 50 pilot whales died on a Coromandel beach at the same time. So, did these animals notice something? So here is After School. Trinity felt the earth whisper from the crack that sat by the ray which had hit her yesterday after school. Said, Santa may be real, Jesus may be real, friends may be real. The last straw that Trinity held on to? She sang, but not as well as her daddy, said Mommy, but then she sang again, holding to beams of light from ships like a grim baritone. Ships wore her fin in their claws, tore her sides, but she sang. Sang in the sand notes of sonar, they said. She knew nothing of this language, but she looked for a ray that hit her. It stung, it fought, swam away, leaving their school to run faster to shores that she saw, said that ray. The earth lies, said Ray. No, said Trinity, it wears a song within. Ray broke her next line, then third, then was gone. Left her school, left a hermit behind, left home with letters on her fin, gliding far and fast to visit India. A land that she heard from her prey, a land with music, land with three sides water, land with friends who spoke sonar. Ships sang love songs, earth whispered again. This time it was no lie. Earth spoke to Trinity. She had to go up for air. Earth's voice cracked. She was gone, she couldn't grow air, maybe more water. Trinity swam with school of rays, kissed the hermit, blushed, rushed. They were sure of new shores. They swam for life to afterlife. Thank you.
That was Barnali Ray Shukla of Mumbai with her poem After School or A Whale Named Trinity. To close this segment, we'll hear the Boston-based composer and trumpeter Forbes Graham with his piece 2279.10, The Histories.
Hello, my name is Forbes Graham. I live in Roslindale, Massachusetts. This is a piece called 2279.10, The Histories. Climate change is going to drastically affect our lives. It's already happening. We're already dealing with floods, fires, and other disasters. And right now they're affecting the most vulnerable people, but they can affect us all. It's going to affect our children. I have 3 children and generations to come. So we need to take some strong action right now. Thank you.
That was 2279.10, The Histories, composed and performed by Forbes Graham of Boston, USA. I'm Vijaya Sundaram, and this is M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice. Thank you for listening.
Hi, I'm Warren Senders with Music for Climate Justice, streaming music and conversation from Glasgow COP26. Up first in this segment, the Western classical pianist Stephanie Jacob from Milwaukee, Wisconsin in the USA.
When I was a little girl, I took quite a few things for granted. Among them, my parents and the stability of our home, and the earth and its safety and stability. I am lucky enough to still have my parents, though they are aging and changing, and there's nothing I can do about that. We are all lucky enough to still have our world, but it too is changing, and there is something that we can do about it. I am trying to be mindful, to waste less, to conserve more, to urge my elected representatives to also be mindful and to do what they can, and to make my own small difference. Won't you do the same?
Stephanie Jacob from Milwaukee, Wisconsin in the USA. Shifting location inside the states now, we're going to go to Philadelphia to hear a little song from Gretchen Elise.
Gretchen Elise. I wonder who you will be someday, what you will wear, what kind of games you'll play. I wonder what kind of things you'll say. Will you be a football star, or will you teach us who we are? TheClimateMessage.com. Take action on climate change now. For all that you live and the joy that you give, No wonder I love you.
That was Gretchen Elise from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in the U.S. We're going to shift location now to Tokyo and the percussionist Taichiro Ai.
Let's be aware of the climate change and let's save the earth where we live on. 自然は、全てが始まる場所であると思います。自然を一緒に守りましょう。
The percussionist Taichiro Ai from Tokyo, Japan. Now back to Massachusetts in the United States, and the saxophonist Phil Scarf.
I'm Phil Scarf from Winchester, Massachusetts. It's time to take action on climate change.
Phil Scarf, saxophonist and composer from Winchester, Massachusetts. Now we'll shift location to Rajasthan in India and Shantanu Chauhan.
Hello everybody, I am Shantanu Chauhan from India. I'm an MTech student and as an engineer and responsible citizen of this planet, I suggest everybody to use greener technology so that the pollution gets reduced, and because at the end of the day it's we who are breathing in the air, and if that is polluted, everybody of us will be having respiratory issues. So we'll try to reduce the pollution so that even the air which is flowing can sing. They call me the breeze, well I keep blowing down the road. They call me the breeze, well I keep blowing down the road. I ain't got to be nobody, I don't care, we know love. Thank you.
From Jaipur, Rajasthan in India, Shantanu Chauhan playing guitar and singing. Coming up next, we're going to hear from Scott Rasmussen, formerly of Allentown, Pennsylvania, now of Amherst, Massachusetts in the USA, with a little guitar number.
Rasmussen from Amherst, Massachusetts, and it's time to start making some noise about climate change. If I can do it, you can do it.
As Scott Rasmussen from Amherst, Massachusetts says, it's time to start making some noise on climate change. Next up from Cambridge, Massachusetts, Dinty Child.
Hi, I'm Dinty Child from Boston, Massachusetts. Stop global warming.
Dinty Child of Cambridge, Massachusetts, playing some hot licks on mandocello. Coming up next, Frederick Carl Boyle, playing the ukulele and offering a succinct summary of our message.
Hi, I'm Frederick Boyle, and I think we ought to save the planet. Damn it! Sing along with me and save the planet.
That was Frederick Carl Boyle of New Jersey in the U.S. playing ukulele and offering a very succinct version of our message. And now, finally, Brian Adler of Brooklyn, New York, playing drums, offering a message of his own.
And I'm a percussionist living in Brooklyn, New York. As a musician, I listen and respond to what is said within my community, the dialogues of humanity across borders, the sounds of our planet, and all of these I consider to be music on some level. I believe the loudest and most urgent of these conversations is that of the earth crying out to us. Let's not wait any longer. Let's each respond. Let's each take action against climate change right now, together.
was Brian Adler of Brooklyn, New York. A lot of these videos, you can recognize them from the typeface, were recorded in 2014 as part of the Climate Message project, which asked musicians to play a little bit and talk a little bit about climate change. We're happy to be sharing them with you here at COP26. I'm Warren Senders with Music for Climate Justice.
Hi, I'm Vijaya Sundaram, and this is M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice. In this short segment, we'll hear some fine musicians from all over the world, beginning with the Iranian virtuoso Sepideh Raisadat.
بگردش فروردین یا به گلزار و ببین چه می کند بوی گل صفای دلجوی گل گرفته باد بهار بی هراس حجاب از روی گل چه شور و غوغا که مرغ چمن فکنده در کوی گل مخور غم بیش و کمی که این جهان است ببین از این راه دراز ز رفتگی آمده باز گذشته بگذشت و نیاید دگر از این نشیبا فراز حیات بلبل بود دفتر خلقت حکایت گل بود مشق طبیعت تو در گلستان حکمت گشادیده خورت و از این دو دستور شب ببر سلام به همه دوستان عزیزم. امروز 21 اوت 2014 در موزه مسموکا در نورث ادمز در ماساچوست هستیم و تصنیفی از امیر جاهد رو با صدای با این قمرانگیزی که قبلا شنیده بودید براتون خوندم و می‌خواستم که به همه یادآوری بکنم که محیط زیست ما در خطر هست و یک ضرب المثل قدیمی هست که میگه کره زمین رو ما از اجدادمون به ارث نبردیم، کره زمین رو ما از فرزندانمون قرض گرفتیم. پس باید بیشتر مراقب محیط زیستمون و نگران فرزندانمون باشیم. Hi, my name is Sepideh Raisadat. I'm Iranian. I just sang for you a song, and I just wanted to encourage the song, and I just wanted to remind you that it's important to take care of our environment. Thank you.
That was Sepideh Raisadat of Iran. Now we'll hear cantor Jennifer Rubin from Brooklyn, New York.
My name is Jennifer Rubin, and I am a cantorial student at Hebrew Union College Jewish Institute of Religion in New York City. I am here with a message of dire importance. We need to end climate change. This is not just an issue of survival, although it is an issue of survival. It is also an issue of taking responsibility. We have been entrusted with an earth that is more beautiful than we could ever imagine on our own. This is a gift, and it's something that we are responsible for. We must protect it. We must guard it as we would guard our children. This is an issue of dire importance. We must end climate change, and we must end it now.
Jennifer Rubin of Brooklyn, New York. Next is the Tajik master of the dutar, Sirojuddin Yurayev.
نامی من سراج‌الدین جورایف از تاجیکستان هستم. من فکر میکنم که هر زمان هر وقت ما طبیعت را تازه نگاه داریم، من فکر میکنم زندگی ما نظم میشود، بسیار یعنی طبیعت دیگرگون نمیشود. Sirojuddin Yurayev of Dushanbe, Tajikistan. Now we'll hear a short ambient composition by Samuel Rulon Stewart of Princeton, New Jersey.
And I'm an all-around artist living in Princeton, New Jersey, in the USA. But if we don't take climate change seriously, there will be no more songs. There will be no more dance. There will be no more us. Take action now.
That piece was by Samuel Rulon Stewart of Princeton, New Jersey. Now we'll hear from Richard Davis, who teaches composition at the Berklee College of Music in Boston.
Walk gently, walk gently, walk gently on the earth. Speak softly, move silent, walk gently on the earth. Hi, my name is Richard Davis. I'm a composer. I'm a kirtanwala. I'm a professor at Berklee College of Music, and I'm a citizen of planet Earth. You know, it's said that Native Americans had a saying many years ago, never drink the water downstream from the white man. Incredibly sad in how accurate and metaphorical that became. But it's time for us now to take responsibility for our air, for our water, and for the earth that nourishes us. Responsibility that maybe our forebears did not take. It's not too late. It's also said that Native Americans themselves lived in harmony with planet Earth, and they treated it as a living entity. That's what inspired this song. Love the mountains, love the river, love the sky so blue. Listen to the wind, it's singing a song for you. Walk gently, walk gently, walk gently on the earth. Speak softly, move silent, walk gently on the
Richard Davis of Boston, Massachusetts, USA. Now we'll hear a short violin piece by Mehmet Aydin of Istanbul, Turkey, and Brooklyn, New York.
My name is Mehmet Aydin. I'm originally from Istanbul, living in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, New York. Climate change is something we all face today. I love my planet, and I'm sure you do too. Do your part. Spread the love and care.
That was Turkish violinist Mehmet Aydin. We'll close this segment with a short performance by the young Israeli saxophonist Lihi Haruvi.
בתור בני אדם בכדור הארץ יש לנו אחריות לעולם שאנחנו חיים בו. אי אפשר להתעלם מהשינויים באקלים. העתיד של המוזיקה והחיים כאן תלוי בנו. הגיע הזמן לפעול.
was Lihi Haruvi of Israel on soprano saxophone. I'm Vijaya Sundaram, and this is M4CJ, Music for Climate Justice. Thank you for listening.
Hi, I'm Warren Senders with M4CJ Music for Climate Justice, and with me in this segment are two of the members of Trio Triumphatrix and Renee Favancy, who is a collaborating composer, and they're here to talk about their astronaut project. It's great to have you with us today in this segment.
Well, I would like to say first that the name of the project officially is Astronautica, Voices of Women in Space. With that said, I am Haiting Chin. I am the middle of Trio Triumphatrix, the mezzo-soprano, and I sort of originated and shaped Astronautica a couple of years ago before the pandemic started, and I will tell you more about that after everybody introduces themselves.
I'm Renee Favancy. I'm a collaborating composer on the Astronautica project. I've created two works entitled First Flight and We Need Earth.
Hi, I'm the bass of Trio Triumphatrix, and I have had the great joy of singing with Haiting for many, many years, and now I've had the great joy of singing Renee's music, which I really, really adore. And this is a really meaningful project for me, and I'm happy to talk more about that.
Well, I would like to also say that the third of the trio is soprano Lindsay Kesselman. We came up with this idea before the pandemic. I have a history of making projects that are a little bit science-based. I had read about the overview effect, which is the psychological term for what happens to some astronauts when they leave the Earth's atmosphere and they see the entire globe, and some of them experience a drastic shift in perspective. And I found that incredibly interesting and evocative, and started thinking about turning the words of astronauts into lyrics. It was commissioned by an organization called Voices of Ascension, which traditionally does big choral and orchestral pieces. And they were just starting something called Voices of the New, vocal chamber music shows with some kind of forward-thinking perspective, and this was the perfect fit. So we worked with 8 or 9 different women composers to write for the trio, myself and Lindsay and Kirsten, and they were to be accompanied by video footage from NASA. And then something happened in 2020. I really still can't figure out what it was. And we had to go virtual, and we turned it into what we're sort of calling a visual album. And what you'll see today is excerpts from it in the video form that we created during the pandemic. Or Kirsten, maybe I should let you tell.
Yeah, let's turn it over to Kirsten
the story.
Now. Yeah.
You mean the origin story of Triumphatrix? There was particularly one situation that all of us we were in a slightly dissatisfactory situation, and we thought, wouldn't it be great if we could sing with each other under circumstances that we had more creative control over? And so we did that, and it felt really good.
Well, watching the video, there's a wonderful blend and simpatico between the three of you. Renee, let's hear a little bit about your process before we go to your music.
Well, first I'll say that Haiting and I have been friends for a long, long time. We're old friends, and we went to college together and collaborated way back then, and have been working on projects together ever since. And so when I write for mezzo-soprano, I hear Haiting's voice. Over the years, Haiting has had these amazing ideas, and as a composer, I love to work with some given element, and then get curious about, well, what can I do given that this is the source material? Trio Triumphatrix did such a wonderful job supporting the composers for success. I really tried to tailor this both pieces, for these voices, these amazing, amazing voices.
It's not just the range of pitch that they have. There's a tremendous expressive range. As I was listening to the music, there are all of these layers of feeling.
Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. And then the clarity of their contrapuntal textures and the blend of homophonic textures, those two contrasts are amazing. And they suit the Mae Jemison text so beautifully. There's such a natural sort of rhythmic drive linked to the heart in what Mae Jemison is saying that just totally inspired me musically.
Wonderful. Well, why don't we listen to the first piece that you have? This is what we've programmed this elsewhere in the run of show. This is Trio Triumphatrix singing "We Need Earth," composed by Renee Favancy with the text from astronaut Mae Jemison. So we're going to listen to that, and then we'll pick it up after that.
I do not believe space is a plan B. I do not believe space is a plan B. We get very cavalier about it, but this planet is not us. We get very cavalier about it, but this planet is part of us. We could not survive without it. We could not survive. We have to accept and realize. We have to accept and realize that we have to accept and realize that we have to accept and realize that we all of this past. The reality is this planet is reality. The reality is this planet is our home. So we have to figure things out. So we have to figure things out. So we figure things out. So we have to figure things out. When I was in space, I recognized as I looked down, the planet is gorgeous. It iridesces from its iridesces from the planet is
That was We Need Earth, as performed by Trio Triumphatrix. It's the composition of Renee Favance, and she's here along with two of the members of Trio Triumphatrix, Haiting Chin and Kirsten Solik. And we're going to find out more. I believe you've brought some other pieces here for us to share. So what have you got?
Why don't we share something at the other end of the Astronautica spectrum? On the let's just say the sillier side. I wrote this music myself because all the composers that I commissioned seem to want to write really portentous big things about what it means to look at the Earth. So I was the one left with the scatological subjects. This piece is called Orbital Outhouse, as you will see from the video.
Hey, Kirsten. Hi, Kirsten. Hi, Ting. Hey, Lindsay. Hi, Lindsay.
Hello, I'm Sunny Williams. I'm up here on the International Space Station.
Hi, Sunny.
One of the most pressing questions about living in space, of course, is the bathroom. So let's take a look at that little piece of work.
Come on in. What? Here we are at the throne. This is awesome. You might have noticed the little moon outside. This is our orbital outhouse. Right here. And of course it serves two functions. Number 2 right here. I'll show you. You see, it's pretty small, so you have to have good aim. Make sure things get let go in the right direction. And it smells a bit, so I'm closing it up, and that's for number 2. And this guy right here is for number 1. So there's 2 slightly separate functions, but you can do both by hanging on here and doing number 1 and number 2. I might add it's color-coded, so you really don't get mixed up. This is yellow for number 1. And also there's a selection of paper. People always ask, what do you do? What kind of toilet paper do you have? We have gloves. Sometimes it does get messy. We have some Russian wipes, which are a little bit coarse. If you like coarse toilet paper. We have tissues, if you like soft toilet paper. We have Huggies for cleanup. You know we were all babies once. If things get really out of control, we have disinfectant wipes to clean up. Just like the water I showed you. The number 1 stuff can sort of go all over the place if you don't aim correctly. And did I mention both have a little bit of suction, so they should keep things going in the right direction. But like I said, sometimes things get out of control. If you're out of control yourself, fly in a rock. So we have lots of protective stuff. And of course you do have your privacy. There's a little door, so people know you're in there.
Hi, I'm Warren Sanders, and with me is Haiting Chin, Kirsten Solik, and Renee Favance from Trio Triumphatrix. We're just listening to a piece called Orbital Outhouse, and I don't know what to say about that.
It spoke for itself.
Oh, spoke for itself, yes. In any case, the music is, as always, it's remarkable and beautiful. So what else have you brought for us to hear today?
I would love to play the other piece by Renee. That We Need Earth is the end of the show, so we did everything backwards. And we decided to bookend the show with these pieces by Renee, partially because they are so fantastic for our voices, but also because they really seemed to encapsulate the whole journey.
This show is sort of a love story to women, to space. And we were talking earlier about this, that we started it off with the idea that this was really featuring the idea of women in space and their contributions. And we didn't really expect for it to become a climate change plug. But it seems that the women who are up there are looking down, and as Haiting described earlier, they have this experience of perspective change, but also their perspective change is to really see their earth, which they love, and they see that we're trashing it. And I think that there is a big sense of stewardship for that, but also on sort of a meta level, like I feel a sense of stewardship for women feeling powerful. And I hope people watch this video. I hope young girls watch this video and think, hey, I could be a singer, or hey, I could be an astronaut, or hey, I could be a video editor. I mean, Haiting was an amazing, or I could be a composer. I mean, I think that it's this opening up of possibilities that helps us combat the things that are not going so well in the world right now,
Renee, tell us a little bit about this piece that we're going to hear.
It starts in the middle voice in unison, and that's that blend of the voices, and then it branches out from there. So the whole idea is that the texture blooms outward as an expression of this feeling of possibility and questioning. There's kind of both a tension and a hopeful feeling. There's a really fast and furious beginning, and it's just all in the rhythm of the words. It's been 100 years since the first flight of an airplane. There's all these wonderful consecutive accents that just suggest this dancing rhythm. And so ultimately, it's a hopeful quality that comes through in the music.
These are words that were spoken or written by Eileen Collins, who was the first woman shuttle pilot.
So we're going to listen to First Flight, a composition of Renee Favance with text by Eileen Collins, featuring Trio Triumphatrix.
3 minutes.
It's been 100 since the first flight of an airplane, and look how far we've come. It's been 100 years since the first flight of an airplane, and look how far we've come. It's been how far we've come since the first flight of an airplane. Look how far we've come. 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 And look how far we've come.
That was First Flight, a composition of René Favancy as performed by Trio Triumphatrix, two of whose members are here with us today, Hai-Ting Chen and Kirsten Solik. The music is just so extraordinary, and the conception behind it, the mix of humor and profundity and just dazzling musicianship, is really an enormous pleasure to behold. There's so much beauty and so much love in this. Before we finish, the mic is yours if you have some words that you want to reach the delegates at COP26, to reach our listeners and viewers worldwide. If you've got something that you want them to know about the state of our world today and what we can do to make it better, some words of hope, some words of encouragement, whatever you like.
I feel that I've spent the last 2 years making our musical version of what I want to say to the world in Astronautica. And I spent those 2 years listening to astronauts, especially women astronauts, talk about the Earth that they have been able to fly outside of. And my perspective shifted just a little, perhaps not as much as theirs, in actually going to space. But as Mae Jemison said, we're all Earthlings first.
I'm sitting in on my back deck, and I've lived in this part of the Lower Hudson Valley for the last 6 years, and before that it was some combination of either Manhattan or Queens for 15 years. And I grew up in suburban Seattle, so I never lived in the country, but I do now. And I have become incredibly aware on a very micro level of the subtle shifts and changes of seasons and what weeds I'm pulling up, and what time of year we get stink bugs trying to come into the house. And it's becoming this kind of every little thing is it's such a discovery for me. And I have been lucky enough to ride out the pandemic in this location, which is not densely populated and is full of natural beauty. And I am all about keeping that ecosystem alive. And in fact, we even purchased a 10-acre plot of land behind the house to prevent it from becoming developed. And because we live on top of a hill, we're aware of the way that water is a problem up here, and it's just become an up-close experience of learning about how we are actually part of this ecosystem too. And so I love that I've been able to be involved with this project in the last couple of years, because it feels like a very intentional piece of art to put out into the world that is both beautiful musically, but also has something that it says and something it demands that I very much want to be demanded for our existence on this planet, our continued sort of health and wellness of the planet, health and wellness of ourselves. And so I think it's nice to have been a voice toward this.
Yeah, the work as a whole does demand action, but it also invites action, and it invites it through a portal of an expression of love for our planet. Mae Jemison says, our planet is gorgeous. It iridesces from within. And so we have to be inspired to the dramatic action that's needed through a place of love, through a place of vulnerability. And I think music is a beautiful vehicle for that, because the ritual of a musical performance creates a safe space in which we can open up to our deeper emotions, open up to our vulnerability. And that's where we have to begin in order to be willing to take that necessary action to save our beautiful planet.
Oh, that's wonderful. Tremendously moving words from each of you, and enormously moving music. To the three of you, thank you so much for coming on and spending some time with us and sharing your music.
Thank you so much for having us.
Hi, I'm Warren Senders with Music for Climate Justice. One of the great voices in contemporary music in the world was that of John Cage, who also built into his own composition a deep respect for natural processes and systems. I reached out to Laura Kuhn at the John Cage Trust to ask her what kind of wisdom John Cage could offer to a discussion of the climate crisis. She responded by sending me this remarkable sound file of Cage's lecture on the weather, performed at Bard College in 2007.
The first thing I thought of doing in relation to this work was to find an anthology of American aspirational thought and subject it to chance operations. I thought the resultant complex would help to change our present intellectual climate. I called up Dover and asked whether they published such an anthology. They didn't. I called a part of Columbia University concerned with American history and asked about aspirational thought. They knew nothing about it. I called the information desk of the New York Public Library at 42nd Street. The man who answered said, "You may think I'm not serious, but I am. If you're interested in aspiration, go to the Children's Library on 52nd Street." I did. I found that anthologies for children are written by adults. They're what adults think are good for children. The thickest one was edited by Commager, Documents of American History. It is a collection of legal judgments, presidential reports, congressional speeches. I began to realize that what is called balance between the branches of our government is not balance at all. All the branches of our government are occupied by lawyers. Of all professions, the law is the least concerned with aspiration. It is concerned with precedent, not with discovery, with what was witnessed at one time in one place, and not with vision and intuition. When the law is corrupt, it is corrupt because it concentrates its energy on protecting the rich from the poor. Justice is out of the question. That is why not only aspiration, but intelligence, as in the work of Buckminster Fuller, and conscience, as in the thought of Thoreau, are missing in our leadership. Our leaders are concerned with the energy crisis. They assure us they will find new sources of oil. Not only will Earth's reservoir of fossil fuels soon be exhausted, their continued use continues the ruin of the environment. Our leaders promise they will solve the unemployment problem. They will give everyone a job. It would be more in the spirit of Yankee ingenuity, more American, to find a way to get all the work done that needs to be done without anyone's lifting a finger. Our leaders are concerned with inflation and insufficient cash. Money, however, is credit, and credit is confidence. We have lost confidence in one another. We could regain it tomorrow by simply changing our minds. Therefore, even though the occasion for this piece is the bicentennial of the USA, I have chosen to work again with the writings of Henry David Thoreau. Those excerpts which are used were not selected to stress any particular points, but were obtained by means of eking chance operations from Walden, from the Journal, and from the essay on civil disobedience. Thoreau lived not 200 years ago, but for 44 years only, beginning 159 years ago. In 1968, I wrote as follows: reading Thoreau's journal, I discover any idea I've ever had worth its salt. In 1862, Emerson wrote, no truer American existed than Thoreau. If he brought you yesterday a new proposition, he would bring you today another, not less revolutionary. In 1929, Gandhi wrote that he had found the essay on civil disobedience so convincing and truthful that as a young man in South Africa preparing to devote his life to the liberation of India, he had felt the need to know more of Thoreau and so had studied the other writings. In 1958, Martin Luther King Jr. wrote these words: as I thought further, I came to see that what we were really doing was withdrawing our cooperation from an evil system, rather than merely withdrawing our economic support from the bus company. The bus company, being an external expression of the system, would naturally suffer, but the basic aim was to refuse to cooperate with evil. At this point, I began to think about Thoreau's essay on civil disobedience. I remembered how, as a college student, I had been moved when I first read this work. I became convinced that what we were preparing to do in Montgomery was related to what Thoreau had expressed. We were simply saying to the white community, we can no longer lend our cooperation to an evil system. On December 8, 1859, Thoreau himself wrote as follows: 200 years ago is about as great an antiquity as we can comprehend or often have to deal with. It is nearly as good as 2,000 to our imaginations. It carries us back to the days of Aborigines and the Pilgrims, beyond the limits of oral testimony, to history which begins already to be enameled with a gloss of fable, and we do not quite believe what we read, to a strange style of writing and spelling and of expression, to those ancestors whose names we do not know, and to whom we are related only as we are to the race generally. It is the age of our very oldest houses and cultivated trees, nor is New England very peculiar in this. In England also, a house 200 years old, especially if it be a wooden one, is pointed out as an interesting relic of the past. I have wanted in this work to give another opportunity for us, whether of one nation or another, to examine again, as Thoreau continually did, ourselves, both as individuals and as members of society, and the world in which we live, whether it be concord in Massachusetts or discord in the world, as our nations apparently, for their continuance, as though they were children playing games, prefer to have it. It may seem to some that through the use of chance operations, I run counter to the spirit of Thoreau and 76 and revolution for that matter. The 5th paragraph of Walden speaks against blind obedience to a blundering oracle. However, chance operations are not mysterious sources of the right answers. They are a means of locating a single one among a multiplicity of answers, and at the same time of freeing the ego from its taste and memory, its concern for profit and power, of silencing the ego so that the rest of the world has a chance to enter into the ego's own experience, whether that be outside or inside. I have given this work the proportions of my silent piece, which I wrote in 1952, though I was already thinking of it earlier. When I was 12, I wrote a speech called Other People Think, which proposed silence on the part of the USA as preliminary to the solution of its Latin American problems. Even then, our industrialists thought of themselves as the owners of the world, of all of it, not just the part between Mexico and Canada. Now our government thinks of us also as the policemen of the world. No longer rich policemen, just poor ones, but nonetheless on the side of the good and acting as though possessed of the power. The desire for the best and the most effective in connection with the highest profits and the greatest power led to the fall of nations before us. Rome, Britain, Hitler's Germany, those were not chance operations. We would do well to give up the notion that we alone can keep the world in line, that only we can solve its problems. More than anything else, we need communion with everyone. Struggles for power have nothing to do with communion. Communion extends beyond borders. It is with one's enemies also. Thoreau said, "The best communion men have is in silence." Our political structures no longer fit the circumstances of our lives. Outside the bankrupt cities, we live in megalopolis, which has no geographical limits. Wilderness is global park. I dedicate this work to the USA, that it may become just another part of the world, no more, no less.
Is already painted with each sunset behind it. An avenue of elms as large as our largest, and 3 miles long, would seem to lead to some admirable place, though only conquered. We're at the end of it. Such a street as I have described would be to the traveler, especially in October, an ever-changing panorama.
I have lost some self-respect.
A village needs these innocent stimulants of bright and cheery prospects to keep off melancholy and vapours. Show me 2 villages, one embowered in trees and blazing with all the glories of October, the other a merely trivial and treeless waste, and I shall be sure that in the latter will my most precious and hardest drinking. What if we were to protect names by the heat of the sun, as we do in setting them out, not simply by our horses for our dowdiest family,
and also transmitted through the air,
which reach their halfway through
melts first,
a century and a half sermon,
and it forms a narrow canal about the still frozen
the
river.
least we can do is to supply them with suitable
Like the rest of our world, when much agitated in clear weather, so that the surface of the waves may reflect the sky at the right angle.
Often running their hands under their feet and mind only their mother's directions.
Even the little variety which I use.
But they declined him.
Nor will your approach make them run away and betray themselves. You may even
was a yielding to the
have your
demands of appetite
and without discovering.
He
appears like normally two growths in the year, a spring and a fall
living
growth.
anywhere.
The latter sometimes equaling the
of
fall.
Harvard
And you can see where the first was checked, whether by cold or drought.
I realized
and
that
wonder
I must
what there was
work
in that
for
summer
myself.
to produce this check, this blight. So it is with man. Most have a spring growth only, and never get over this first check to their youthful hopes. But
I
plants
turned
of
my
hardier
face.
constitution, or perchance planted in a more genial soil,
As this business was to be entered into without the usual capital, it may not be easy to conjecture where those means at will still be indispensable to every such undertaking or to be obtained. As for clothing, to come at once to the practical part of the question, perhaps we are led oftener by the love of novelty and a regard for the opinions of men in procuring it, and by a true utility.
In June, the partridge is so shy of
the object of clothing is first to retain the vital heat, and secondly, in this state of society, to cover nakedness. And he may judge how much of any necessary or important work may be accomplished without adding to his wardrobe. Kings and queens who wear a suit but once, though made by some tailor or dressmaker for their majesty, cannot know the comfort of wearing a suit today. They are no better than wooden horses to name the valuable sheep. Every day our garments become more receiving the mixed with the until we hesitate to lay them aside. It appears that a medical appliance in some such solemnity, even as our bodies, no matter I'm sure that there is greater anxiety at least but even if the wind is not mended, perhaps the worst life to trade is in poverty. I sometimes deny my acquaintances by such steps as this. I compare not for 2 extra scenes only over the night, mostly as if I believe that their prosperous life would be ruined for this day. It is easier for a bubble to town with a broken leg than with a broken heart. Often the discovery now is returning to they can be mended.
Whatever my practice may be, I have no doubt that it is not part of the destiny of the human race for us to be better, to leave
Progressive scarecrow in your last shift as you stand in shiftless time. I would not sooner salute the scarecrow. Passing a cornfield the other day, close by a hat and coat and face, I recognized the owner of the farm. He was only a little more weather-beaten than when I saw him last. I have heard of a dog that barked at every stranger who approached his master's premises with clothes on, that was easily quieted by a naked speech. It is an interesting question how far men would retain their relative rank if they were divested of their clothes. Would you, in such a case, tell surely of any company of civilized men which belong to the most respected class? When Madame Pfeiffer in her adventurous travel went forward from east to west, they got so near home as Asiatic weather, she said that she felt the necessity of wearing other fabrics when she went to meet the authorities, for she now a civilized country has already judged her.
Which must appear but bloody in comparison.
Universal respect.
It is vitreous, greenish blue,
so far even you have a missionary
as I remember it.
Besides, clothes as it is sewing, the kind of work which they call
Like those patches of a winter sky, seen through cloud vistas in the west before sundown.
That turkey, wonderful, wonderful is our life, and that of our companions. I cannot but feel as we could be tamed and twice emasculated animal, with not the motions of those should attain to the state of society have been in significant steps.
Not without disgrace.
Is it not a maimed and imperfect nature that I am conversing with?
As if I were to study a tribe of Indians that had lost all its warriors. Do not the forest and the meadow now lack expression? Now that I never see nor think of the moose with the lesser forest on his head.
We come to be like us.
In the one, knoweth the
We know
beaver,
absolutely
in the other,
nothing of the origin and destiny.
All sensuality is one, though it takes many forms. All purity is one. It is the same whether a man eat or drink or habit or sleep sensually. They are but one appetite, and we only need to see a person do any one of these things to know how great a sensualist he is.
This particular round of natural
that a man may
which
use
I
as
call
simple a
deer
diet as the
is
animals,
lamentably
and yet retain
incomplete.
health and strength.
In any weather, at any hour of the day or night, I am anxious to improve the nick of time and notch it on my stick too. To stand on the meaning of two eternities, the past and future, which is precisely the present moment, so that we'll toe that line, to anticipate, not to surprise and adorn merely, but the possible nature of
Satisfactory
herself.
Pittsburgh Railroad
touches the pond about 100 miles south of where I dwell.
which I gathered
I used to go to the village
I
alone
love nature
and in has
Are no longer
related to
partly
society by this link. The men on the freight
because
train
she is
who
not
go over the whole
man.
length of the road bow to me as to an old acquaintance. They pass me once so
Love
often,
retreat.
apparently, they take me for an employee. And so I whistle of
None of his institutions control or in her midst. I can be glad.
Discoveries every day, with new experiences. As I came home through the woods with my string of fish,
There is no
being now quite dark,
so strong
feeling across my path, and felt a strange thrill of savage
which
delight.
a little
The strong contempt to
gladness
seize and devour and roar.
may not
Not that I was hungry then, protection and wildness which he represented. Once or twice, however, while I lived
I
at the
have a
town, I found
room
myself
all
ranging
to
the woods
myself.
like a half-starved hound with a strange abandonment,
It
seeking
is
some kind of venison
nature.
which I might devour. And no horse had been too savage for the wildest scene.
It is a place
I found myself still
beyond the jurisdiction of human government.
with such huge
and I reverence them both. I love the wild, not less than the good. I like sometimes to take rank hold on life and spend my day with the animals.
I meant this or its representative state
trees and beasts, fishes and fowls,
down goes the witch. That writes them.
the streams of
What I meet the engine with this train of cars moving off with planetary motion,
This is the
or
only
rather like a comet,
time
for the beholder knows not if
which
with that
a
velocity and with that
situation
direction it will ever revisit
I am
its sequence,
necessarily
since its orbit does not look like a returning curve.
it says
Clouds like a banding like many a downy cloud I have seen high in the
critical and to the present.
As if it's traveling democrat.
As for measures to be adopted, among others, I would advise abolitionists to make it earnest and vigorous and persevering in assault on the that they have already made and would affect the church. The church is decidedly on this for a year or two, and even the next president. But the press is almost without exception corrupt. I believe that in this country, the press deserves a greater and more cautious influence on the church. We are not a religious people, but we are a nation of salvation. We do not much care for it. We do not read the Bible, so we do care for it, and we do read the newspaper. This is standing and sitting, writing and writing. This is
too strange.
Thousands of missionaries for sorrow. That is the only hope of America. It's a fair.
It is too strange.
The tax is coming at 1 cent.
For joy and
But how many of these preachers preach the truth? I repeat the testimony of many an intelligent president, as well as my own convictions, when I say that probably no country has ever ruled by so mean a class of tyrants as are the editors of the periodical press in this country.
though as intricate
The shore is composed of a belt of smooth, rounded white stones like
as
paving
a Cretan
excepting
labyrinth,
22 short sand beaches, and it's so steep that in many places a single leap will carry you into water over your head. And were it not for its remarkable transparency, that would be the last to be seen on
and
the
again,
till it rose on the opposite side.
it is a pathless
Talking with Walcott and
depth.
Staples today, they declared that John Brown did wrong. When I said that John thought he was right, they agreed in asserting that he did wrong because he threw his life away, and that no man had a right to undertake anything which he knew would cost him his life. I inquired if Christ did not foresee that he would be crucified if he preached such doctrines as he did, but they both, those that were their only escape, asserted that they did not believe that he did. Of course, he as good as said that if Christ had foreseen that he would be crucified, he would have backed out.
And perch.
Come to a place
who instinctively follow other fashions and trust other
the world of his
authorities
race
than their townsmen,
should
and by their
find them
goings and comings
on
stitch
that
towns together in
separate
parts where else they would be ripped.
but how free and
They
honorable
sit
ground
and eat their luncheon in stout
where the
ferganots
states
on the
places
dry
them
oak leaves
not
on the
with
shore,
her,
as
but
wise in
against
natural
them.
lore as the citizen is in artificial.
Only house in a slave state
They never consult with
in which a
books,
free man
and know and can tell
can
much less than they have
abide
done. The
with
things
honor.
which they practice are said not yet to be known.
If any think
Here is one fishing for
that
pickerel
their
with grown
influence
perch for bait. You look into
would
his
be
pail
lost
and wonder,
there,
as into a summer
and their
pond,
voices
as if he kept summer locked up
no
at
longer
home, or
affect
knew where
the
she
state,
had retreated.
the end of the
How,
state,
pray, did he get these in midwinter?
that they would not be
Oh, he
as
got worms out of rotten logs since the ground froze.
enemy
And
within
oh,
its
he caught them.
walls.
His life itself passes
They do
deeper
not
in
know,
nature than the studies
I
of the
know how
naturalist
truth
penetrate.
is stronger
Himself a subject
than
for the
arrow.
naturalist. The latter raises the moss
how
and bark
much more
gently with his knife in search of insects. The former
Evidently and
lays open logs to
effectively
their core with his axe, and moss
he
and
can
bark
combat
fly far and wide.
injustice,
He gets his living by barking trees.
but
Such a man
experience
has
a
some
little
right
in
to
his
fish,
own person.
and I love to see nature carried out in him. The perch swallows
Cast
the
your whole
grubworm,
vote,
the pickerel
not a strip
swallows
of
the
paper
perch,
merely,
and
but
the
your
fisherman
whole
swallows
influence.
the pickerel.
A minority
And so all
is
the chinks
purposeless
in
while
the
it
scale
conforms
of
to the
being
majority.
are filled.
It is not even a minority then, but it is irresistibly when it closes by its will wait. If the alternatives to keep all just men in prison in time of war and slavery,
I am not only grateful
the
because
state
Bias
will not
and Homer
hesitate
and
which it
Christ and
chooses.
Shakespeare have lived, but I am grateful for Minogue,
and rice
if
and Melvin
1,000 men
and Goodwin
were to pay
and Puffer
their tax bill
I see
this
Melvin
year,
all
that would not be a
alone, filling
violent
his
and
sphere
bloody
in rusted
pleasure
suit,
as it would be
which no other could fill
to
or
pay
suggest.
them and enable the state
He takes up as
to
much
commit
room in
violence
nature as the most famous.
and hold blood.
John Cage's Lecture on the Weather, recorded at a performance at Bard College in New York in the United States in 2007. We at Music for Climate Justice are deeply grateful to Laura Kuhn and the John Cage Trust for allowing us to use this extraordinary recording. I'm Warren Senders with Music for Climate Justice. Thank you for listening.